Okay. Hello? Audio? Audio. Okay. I think you might be the only one. Do you have alerts turned on for me? I think you might be the only one. Second, Stevie, welcome. Maybe you both have alerts turned on. Who does that? Let me get my shit set up here. This is me raw dogging the intro. I think most people would have a starting soon screen so they can do little setup things. Not me. No, I just stand here with a blank face. I say as I sit here. How's it going? It's going good. How's it going for you, Stevie? How's your weekend shaping up? It pops up. Oh, you were already on Twitch. I see. Yeah, I know those ones. A blank face, best face. Yeah, if only that was, led to a successful streaming career. Just blank face all the time. Oh boy, would I be successful? Oh boy. Okay. Let me close my research. It's Saturday, and again I have Slack, and I have no screenshot for Screenshot Saturday. What is Screenshot Saturday? Enlighten me. And yeah, content creation is, I find it annoying. Making videos and stuff, oof. Screenshotting things, no thank you. Let's just see where I'm at right now. Wonderful. We're just going to crash immediately on the issue that I thought I fixed. Wonderful. Wonderful. Thing in game dev, Blue Sky. Dev's supposed to screenshot on Saturdays. I see. Well, it is still, you still have plenty of hours left in Saturday. Dude, I thought this was fixed now. What the hell happened? Or am I gonna start off the stream grumpy? Am I gonna be grumpy Mindrong? Silly Millie, welcome. I'm gonna call you Silly Millie. What on earth is happening here? Maybe let's not spawn 1,000. Okay, 1 is fine. You can be grumpy. You are game dev. Is that the content people come to see? You know what? I feel like 1. I feel like there we go. I feel like I need to see some grumpy game devs. Okay, so 1 is gonna be fine. Silly Millie is what most call me. I'm good with that. Okay, perfect. I'm glad I could be a conformist. 100. Okay, 100 doesn't crash. Okay, why did 1,000 crash there then? See, this is why I thought I fixed it. This is why I thought I fixed it. It does present itself as being fixed, doesn't it? This stupid uniform buffer hash needs to go away. Tanta, welcome in. Good morning. Dylar, everyone's here, man. Welcome in, everyone. Why are you all not streaming? All the cool kids are here. Yeah, it seems to be that way. So I want to commit my scene proxy changes, I think. I'm gonna, so at least somewhat stable spot. I don't know why these are inadvertently crashing. That's gonna be a fun one. Although it seems just like ticking the turning down the number of entities fixed it, question mark. All the cool kids are here. Okay, I'll show myself out if that's the case. I don't belong here. I have a property viewing this afternoon. Try not to be homeless. Ooh. Wait, you're viewing someone else's property. Or is someone viewing your property? What bits do I want to commit here? I think well, I think my subsystem is in a state of lots of comments that maybe aren't necessary anymore. And the entity representation processor, I think, is broken. Let's at least fix that. Let's at least fix that. Oh, and the attachments are all broken. Looking to purchase a property? Huge. Huge. Man, I looked for houses for so long before I just decided to build a new one. My poor realtor. Terrifying. Yeah, it is so much better than renting, though. You know, you're just never gonna be bored again, and that's to be excited about. What do I want to do here? Yeah, so right now nothing changes into an actor, and they don't get attachments attached. And I wanted to change this to adding and removing the entire ISM entity data, which I think would be nice. But I want to commit first. I do want to commit something first, but I do want things to be somewhat working. So this switch part here, I need to find the one. Add ISM, remove ISM. I think I need to just plop this down in here. Maybe I should do a separate view for that. Let's do like an actor view, or we'll call it avatar. The avatar. I'm excited for the new. There's supposed to be like a new Avatar series coming out. I'm hyped about that, and not the live action Netflix one. That one kind of sucked. I'm sorry, but those kids could not act. I am sorry, they couldn't act. There, I said it. Each, I get, well, no, let's do like the loopies. The hair loopies. Or auto entity avatar view. Hey, at least it wasn't the Shyamalan one. Yeah, that one actually was pretty good because of how it transcended bad, I think, actually. And it's kind of a challenge in my household to make it to the end of that. Same goes for the Twilight movies. Those are both hate watch movies, you know. Oh God, no. So I want to put that in here. I think we replace this with F avatar entity data. The avatar. I forget if I do ref here. I don't think I do. What do I do? No ref. Okay. All right. We want bounds data, of course. I guess I don't need anim data. LOD data, we do want that. We do want location. We do want rotation. Okay. And then F bounds entity data as well. Where is my keyboard? Where are my clickety clackities? Oh, it's just broken. Cool. There we go. Clicky clacky. You know what bugs me? Components in an actor randomly arranging themselves by magic. Hey, that's just everything in the editor, though. Tabs do that. Components do that. Dude, I'll have like perfectly straight fucking node connections. Next time I go in there, guess what? They're not fucking straight. Why? Curse you, Tim Sweeney. Curse you. Damn you, sir. Is simulating. So I guess we'll just pop that back in place. Well, no, because that's kind of broken. We need to fix that. We do need to fix that. We'll do that next. We will do that next. I spend so much time straightening my wires. I know, I do too. Which is part of why I like writing code better, because you don't have to do that, right? It's much more explicit. Okay, so now attachments. Attachy boys, as I like to call them. Attach view. Let's just uncomment, I suppose. Attach view. I guess I should test this quite a bit, shouldn't I? Comment now. C++ is the treat I get after I complete the gauntlet of releasing a game. Is that your plan? Like you're going to release a game and then start writing C++? Can't imagine how that would go wrong. I hope that's on a new project and not the existing one, because that could lead to some issues, I think. Should render attachments. Yes. This game has been fully committed to only PP. Okay. Yeah. I think I'm done with the update instance transform functions entirely. Right. Oh no, those are just called from within the subsystem. But do I need the fucking subsystem function? I need that. I guess the only reason I need that is to add and remove now, which really it's just the scene proxy. It's just like a kind of, I don't need it, but I'll stick with it just for funsies. Smart. Smarty. Am I using all of this data? Yeah. Yeah. Is this gonna work? Rebuild. Where do y'all go for inspiration on designing your systems? Do you make it up based on experience, or do you have a secret game system architecture blog y'all subscribe to? Yes, the blog is called google.com. Yeah, I mean, mostly it's just from experience, I suppose, in terms of like overall architecture. I mean, step one is always just make it work, right? I mean, that's my process, is I just make it work. And, you know, sometimes if it's not very complicated, I'll do it right the first try, you know. But if it's something that like requires some level of me figuring out how to do it, you know, I'll just make it work first, and then I'll just after I get it all working the way I want it to, I'll kind of go back through it and read it all over and be like, is this where all of this should be? Is this maintainable, right? Does this make sense? Is this going to become a fucking mess at some point? You know, should I abstract this? Should I make a fucking interface, you know, shit like that? Should I use a delegate? You know, like, what would be an easier way? Is this too coupled? Should I decouple it? I start asking them kinds of questions. And then that all just kind of comes from experience. Okay, so I guess, play. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew we would crash. This is an interesting one. I haven't seen this one yet. Da 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 do 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 da da do do da do do. Oh, I might be using the wrong static mesh here. I mean, we are just setting it. Oh, I'm setting it to the test static. Wait, what is happening here? Add instance? Oh, I'm using the wrong one. Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. Add attachment, so yeah. Yeah, that does make sense. That do. It do. I broke it. Okay, what do I have on here? I do have the mesh, perfect. Hello, bro, how's it going? It's going well. Welcome in, Next Gen. Okay, so I think I don't need to set that because I'm already setting it, I think. I'm already setting that. Yes, I am. Okay. Add attachment in, remove attachment, okay. Now we need to also remove it by not doing it. And I need to make this more reusable. I can feel it. Hello? Oh, wrong thing. Attach info. Oh my god. I cannot type. I can't do it. Attach info. Instance state. Okay, yeah. I need to make this reusable. So there you go. I mean, technically, this should technically, theoretically work. But I'm doing the same thing in multiple places. Which is a no bueno, but we're going to see if it works first. More practice is what I'm hearing you say. Yeah, I mean, you gotta fail over and over again. You gotta see why things don't work. At least for me. I do like to see why things don't work, so I can better understand why they do. I've never been one to like... I'm gonna sound super stubborn and arrogant, which is probably just on brand, but I've never liked to just take people's word for things. I always want to see for myself. And that means I shoot myself in the foot a lot. But then I'm like, yeah, I probably shouldn't shoot myself in the foot. That does hurt. That does hurt. Okay, so we're still same issue here. This add instance does return the primitive component. Weird, because I'm just incrementing it right after. Wait, why did I do that? Did I mean to do that? I don't think I meant to do that. You gotta be careful not to leave those foot guns around. Yeah, my house is just full of foot guns and mouse traps. It's really hard to walk around. I like listening to people talk about things they're passionate about. That seems to also include people who are passionate about their game architecture ideas. Oh yeah. We programmers are very proud of the idea we came up with. And when someone else comes up with another idea, it's very easy to just be like, well, that's, yeah, well, this reason and that reason. Yeah, I think I meant to delete that. Dude, I had a fucking, I mean, it wasn't me, like, one of my coworkers sent me a CL to review. Reviewed it, left one comment, LGTM, looks good to me, you know. It was in a different directory that we didn't have owners over, so we had to get owner's approval from someone who did. And this person, like, he didn't know who he was. Several of us on the team do know who this guy is, and he is, like, the absolute worst person to send your CLs to review. And this dude literally busted out a fucking bank robbery example, arguing over just the order of words in a comment. This was a one-line fucking change. It was a one-line change. Oh man, it was fucking ridiculous, I will say. Let's just start with one. Just spawn one here for now. Okay, do we have attachments now? We do have an attachment. It is not attached. That's the thing about attachments, is that they are supposed to be attached. Fuck you, what happened here? God damn it. Oh, I need to clean all these up. Yeah. Yep. Okay, go to the... I guess we have to do the entity subsystem, which feels weird to put it there, because the entity subsystem, I feel like, should not need to know about this, you know? The remove entity ISM instance, surely, this doesn't need to be on the subsystem, on this other subsystem. I have an entity subsystem, an ISM subsystem. I think I gotta get rid of the ISM subsystem. I don't think I need it. And it's just increasing the number of levels of indirection, making me jump all over the place. But I need to make it work first, so that's what I'm gonna fucking do. Hello, Ripro. This is going to be attach view. Oh, my first freelancer. Nice, congrats. Welcome to employment. Through a friend? Hey, the soft skills paying off. Okay, I think that's what needs to be done there. They're not moving also, so let's look at that while that builds. Also, I don't know if you guys saw, but like the newest update of Writer, the newest like major update, I guess, or whatever, supposedly increased performance on build times for Unreal Engine. And I think I'm feeling it. I think I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. So if you haven't updated, you should do that. And if you're not using Writer, you should also do that. I tried Fiverr, but it's very hard there. Do you do freelance works? Not anymore, no. I am I have gainful employment. I'm a bona fide salaried person now. I'm an old man, essentially. Yeah, I used to do contracting and freelancing quite often. I did a lot of work through TopTal. That actually got me quite a bit of work. And then I also just had word of mouth as well. LinkedIn, I got some through there, but no, never Fiverr. Thought I was just calling MSVC under the hood. Wonder what they would have done to reduce the build times. They said something about a build cache, I think. It wasn't super specific. There we go, right here. Several internal initialization phases have been optimized, reducing the total solution loading time and allowing the IDE to become ready to work much faster. Oh, this says startup. These optimizations extend to game development too. Unreal Engine projects can game development. Oh, it's repeat project load times that are 20% faster. Dude, I could have sworn this said build times. Am I? Maybe I think they changed this on me. I think they changed this from me because I could have sworn this said asset cache now also uses less memory. Okay, it's just load times. Maybe I just took load times in my head to mean what I wanted it to mean, which was I can build the game faster. It's faster in some regard. Okay, I'm glad I looked that up and I didn't just lead you all off the cliff, but yeah. Do I use AI in your work? Mostly just the autocompletes, not really prompting. Technically, you can get to building faster on first startup. Yeah, that first startup build. Blazing fast. Oh yeah, this probably is why. Probably just not simulating. Sir, you seem to have left your mace in the ground, sir. Would you like to grab that for us, please? Yeah, I guess we're probably just not getting here. Hello? I should probably change the attachments to be like entities or something themselves. He thinks so. Yeah, instance data. Do it have valid instance? I forgot what I did for that. Scene proxy data. You have scene proxy data. You do seem to have a pointer there, so yeah, you should be updating. Oh, I'm calling update instance there. With the ISM entity data, which I mean that should actually have, yeah, that should be what we wanted actually. There's a lot of data on here we don't need. Yeah, transform looks like it's doing stuff. Let's continue through a couple frames and see if it changes. -6508, -6492, -6491. It's probably idling right now. Oh, it's not moving. Okay, yeah, the location is changing. I can see it. I can feel it. Yeah, why are you not actually changing the location, pray tell? Am I calling it? The other one. No, I'm not. No, I am not. Oh, yeah, that's the wrong one. Yeah, that's the wrong one. Okay. See, this is what you get when you don't clean up after yourself. Also, we're not gonna set custom data here at all. We really just want that, right? There he goes. Look at that. He's holding his mace like a good boy. Such a good boy. I still can't... My materials don't load the first time around. Annoying. Yeah, but now we have the attachments as scene proxies as well, which I think is going to be pretty crucial, actually. So shout out to Dr. Elliott for helping me out with that. And for weapons, it's pretty trivial to calculate them, you know, every frame and move them around. But for modular armor, that is something I'm still trying to wrap my head around. So maybe some of you all who are a little bit more versed in the material slash skeletal mesh world, UVs, you know, if you know words like that, maybe you can help me understand. I did watch some Prismatica videos about his character customization, where I guess he kind of put everything in a giga material, and he does like vertex displacement to make different body types, and then I guess he puts different like he splits up his UV, I don't know, map, is that what you call it, the UV map, into like a grid where each section of the grid is a different equipment slot. Like a chest is always in, you know, the certain spot, and then, you know, the legs are in another spot, the shoulders, and so on and so forth, and what have you. And then I guess he like makes, he has individual skeletal meshes for each piece of equipment, and then he uses, I think he said he used a plugin to like put them all into one skeletal mesh. He bakes it into a single skeletal mesh. And then I guess like that skeletal, and then that material, that aforementioned material, has a bunch of parameters on it that then can take all these UV, the UV things, and find the right UVs for the right places and stuff. Which, at that point, it's just like it's over my head at that point. But that's using a skeletal mesh, which I am not. These are not skeletal meshes. These are vertex animated scene proxies, not even static meshes at this point. And so I need to be able to, one of my thoughts was like, if I could just bake, I could do that same process, but instead of baking it into a single static mesh, bake it, or rather, instead of doing what he does, where he bakes it into a single skeletal mesh, maybe I just bake it into a static mesh, and I can just use scene proxies, which would be really nice, instead of the instant static mesh components, because at that point they would all be different static meshes, right? So the scene proxies are going to be much better there. Because of that, because they would all be a bunch of different static meshes if I baked them all like that. Although I don't know like how much, like how long does that baking take? You know what I mean? I don't think I would need it to happen instantly, but like within a frame or two, I would hope, right? In a couple of frames, I would hope I could bake I don't know. I'll have to test that out. Of course, when they're near me, they are skeletal meshes. They are actors in skeletal meshes. I hate how their shadows look slightly different. Maybe it's because they are casting shadows. Let me turn on shadows here for my dudes. Usually 20 minutes at 450. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I will keep that in mind. Let's do this. Do I do that? Oh, I set it in there. close to one of you. I need to look at your shadows. I want to smell your shadow. Oh yeah, you like can't even tell. There's that one frame of flicker, but apart from that, you can't really tell. I need to like Yeah, they like flicker for a frame, but otherwise you can't fucking tell the difference. I'm curious actually. Well, I need to fix my shit. Let's leave shadows on for now. I was curious about the rendering side of that, if that was how much more performant that was or wasn't. No, we're not gonna commit everything. We are not gonna commit everything. I'm committing. I hope you all appreciate my rendition of this song. Okay, let's do, this is going to be, what, like, scene proxies redux? actually working scene proxies this time. Okay, so that's a thing now. But yeah, the whole modular armor on multiple, like, I know, like, usually morph targets are, from what I read, morph targets are like what people usually do. Morph targets on a skeletal mesh is what you usually do for like different races, but using the same skeleton. But there was something in the Prismatica video, and he didn't, I think he said that was like UV based or something like that. I forget what he said, but like, or no, he was using like vertex colors or something. I don't know. I don't remember, but the way he explained it, I was like, yeah, that sounds nicer. It sounds nicer. Because I really do want different races. Of course, that's a super far down the road thing. Obviously, just got to start with one and actually get someone to make it. That's another thing. And actually, there's this one example that I have that looked really cool. My huge ass list of fucking bookmarks here. Yeah, this guy, I actually really loved the style here. Now there is some booba in here, so ye be warned. Yep, there it is. This one. I love this style right here, and I want that. The morphing is great. I don't necessarily need that, but that is sick. Man. Look at that gut, dude. That's a formidable gut, right? I just love the style, actually. And I love the way they create such different silhouettes. Like that, even that one is so much different, right? Like those could be different races. Like the big guy could be like an orc or some shit. This guy could be some fucking like... Almost looks undead to me. And there you go, there's an elf with a different... He's got like different animations in there and shit too. And there's your like standard human. Yeah, that's like a fucking ogre or an orc or some shit, you know? Did that replay? I think that might have replayed. Something like that would be sick. I love that stuff. Anyways, I need to go and fix my chunk processor that I was in the process of chunking. As you do with the chunk processor. As you do. What else do I need? A init entity, probably. Okay. Okay, so I started writing this probably a week ago at this point, and I haven't finished it because it's not working. The shit is blinking. And I've totally forgotten what I've done here. So I gotta just read back through it here. Okay, so we have a chunk. A chunk has a map of faction ID to set of F targetable, which is an entity and a location. I have a number on that chunk that indicates how many invokers it is being invoked by, which means turn all the entities in this chunk on. I have a faction presence mask that I build. It's a bit mask that I can use to easily check. This is an optimization for the aggro radius processor. Maybe I should pull up. Aggro radius processor. So that I can skip chunks if they don't have any hostile faction presence. We can add, which means we pipe in the faction ID. We can remove. And if we remove and it's the last one in that entry for that faction, we are going to remove the faction ID from the bit mask and just remove it from the map entirely. Okay. Good, good, good. First thing we do in our processor loop is we're going to do a cleanup view where we remove chunk changed entity tag. And so this is the tag I use for when the entity changes chunks. It's kind of like an event. Clear all those off, I suppose. I could probably do that at the end of the frame as well. And then I create chunks. I create chunks, and I used to reset the chunks and just build it every time, which actually wasn't, it was pretty trivial to do so, but it means more work when I look things up, unfortunately, because now I only need to look it up when it changes. So let's think through what I did here. Tell me your secrets past me. Tell me your secrets. This is for entities that have chunk data. Yeah, and then we handle entities that have just spawned after that. So entities without chunk data comes afterwards. And those that are not dead. So we have the old chunk coordinate, which is the previous chunk data. And then we set it to, we just save that and then we set it to like the new one. So we're only doing this if the chunk changes. So we're going to iterate over each of them and check if their chunk changed. If their location has changed, which this seems to be a trivial view as well. So it's not super expensive. If it has changed, we remove it. We find it in the old chunk. We remove it. And if the map is empty entirely, we're going to remove the entire chunk from chunks. So we don't have to check it when we do an aggro radius check, which is like It's kind of annoying because like the aggro radius is it feels like such a simple thing, such a trivial piece of gameplay. Like I just need the entities to attack things that they're hostile towards when they come within their reach. It's like, no, that's actually like a pretty complicated problem when it comes to not having collision. Because I think usually you just do like a collision radius check or something every so often. New chunk though. We find the new chunk, we add it there with the faction ID or whatever, and we add the chunk changed tag, and we do some debug stuff. Easy peasy there. Okay, so for entities that don't have chunk entity data, I think basically the same thing. But I think I had to do something special here. So it's like we always add it to whatever the chunk is. I don't check if they're different. But if I need to check if the entity is an invoker. If so, you know, when it spawns. Only when it spawns, when it gets added for the first time. I.e. when it doesn't have chunk entity data. Invoked by num, we need to increment that. If invoked by num is now 1, then this chunk needs to be turned on for the first time. Which means we need to iterate over all of the entities in that map. And add the simulating tag to them. If it's not an invoker, if it got added to a chunk that is being invoked currently, then we need to add the simulating tag on it. Do I already add the simulating tag? Oh, I do it here in the init processor. Yeah. That does make sense. Okay, so far this is making sense. This feels right. This feels good. The Orange God, welcome in. I'm doing some game dev. Just trying to go back over some systems I wrote like a week ago that I don't remember what I did and I need to finish them. I was changing my chunk processor approach. Okay, so this is the iteration over invokers that have changed chunks, which will have been populated from the previous create chunks view. And this is all stuff that I'm not sure is very parallelizable because of the map. I would need like mutexes and stuff, which kind of just, I think, break the performance quite a bit. Although maybe some of these could, but they're pretty trivial, so I'm not sure if it's worth it. Anyway, so these over invokers with the location that have changed chunks. I need to calculate both the old and the new chunks. So previously when I rebuilt it every frame, I guess I was having to do this calc entity chunk chords and radius, which is just kind of doing like a coarse thing here. Oh, and we're still doing the distance. We're still doing the distance there. Okay, I'll keep that in mind because I may want to change that. Distance may be too, because I think maybe we just want to do a coarser check. Yeah, so I think my logic maybe is wrong here in the old and new chunks. So we get the array of new chunks and radius. Stop that. We get the array of the old chunks in the previous radius. So I have on the chunk changed tag, I have the old chunk chord. I think maybe I don't necessarily need that. I feel like I should be able to reuse that or something by reordering it a little bit. But in any case, old location, I'm just using the old chunk. Because I think the location gets grid snapped anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, it gets grid snapped to the chunk size anyway. So that's fine. And so we need to like get the diff between these two. And the overlapping ones don't change. The overlap doesn't change. The intersection of these two. I need, what is it? The outer Full outer join, is that what I'm talking about? Do I have my SQL terms right? Is what I need to do here. So anything that is in new chunks that is not in old chunks, that needs to be turned on, and the opposite for old chunks. And so I create sets. Does that actually create, does that, an initializer list? Deconst voxel array. So I guess that maybe does. I think we're probably doing that one. Yeah. Okay, so that should work. Old invoked chunks. Okay, so we iterate over, I create a set of the old invoked chunks. Iterate over new chunks in radius. If the old invoked chunks doesn't contain this new chunk chord, let's name that new chunk chord. Then we need to add it to new invoked chunks. Like that needs to get invoked. And so that logic makes perfect sense so far. And so all of those get turned on. Now I need the old invoked chunks, which after I hit this coordinate, if it's not in old invoked, or if it is in old invoked chunks, I think I need to do this instead. I think I had that flipped. Because that would have removed, what this would have done is remove the ones that need to be cleaned up. We want to remove, wait, no, it doesn't contain it, so that doesn't do it. Wait, my brain is working overtime. The two hamsters that live in, the two gerbils that live in my head are working overtime right now. Old invoked chunks. If new invoked chunks is contained in old invoked chunks, yeah, remove it. That does work. That does work. Because then what'll be left in here is anything that wasn't in new chunks and radius. So yeah, that should have. I feel like that should have the right values. Yeah, this was an issue, I remember. I do remember this. This shouldn't be happening. It should not. I will not have it. Quite simple, really. Quite simple, really. Yeah, so I just want to remove, yeah, basically I just want to decrement. I just want to decrement. And that should, I feel like that should never go below 0. But I know that it does because I hit that breakpoint before. The only places I do that are on new spawned entities and here when the chunk changes. That doesn't need to be a T set. This can be a T array. A little bit faster to iterate over. And then we just add the simulating tag, yeah. I don't see why old invoked chunks, because I'm subtracting it. I'm subtracting from that for each invoker. Invoker, barely nowhere. Let's run this. We'll see if that gets hit again. Immediately, but why? 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 You know what? Let's increase the chunk size so I have it less in here. That's what I want to do. 2,000. Let's go 5,000. I don't want to have to keep track of that many. Okay, there's basically like 2 fucking chunks. There's my chunky boys. There are my invoked chunky boys. Why are my shadows flickering so? Okay, so yeah, we should basically, yeah, we're not getting any now, actually. I'm not hitting that at all now. And then are my guys like, because what was happening before was that they were kind of getting added and removed, or like they would stop, I guess not added and removed, but they would like, they were super hitchy. Let's go 1,000. Maybe that can show me more. I'm not seeing anything, but it's probably just because there's not very many chunks. Yeah, there's like 1 new and 1 old chunk because they're just too big. Okay, yeah, let's dial down that. Dial down that. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah. Breathe in. There we go. There it is. There it is. The issue. The issue. Okay, so we have 7 in the radius. Should be 7 in both, yeah. 7 in both. And maybe I can just let me just like manually do this in my head here. Make sure these are the correct. Although, aren't I removing? No, so I can check old and new chunks. Okay. So, I can already see -300 is not in the previous one. So that one needs to be turned off. That one needs to be turned off. 000 is in the new one. That one needs to be turned on. -2, -1, -0. Basically, all of the 2s that aren't -200 should be turned off. So is there really like what is it? It would be hello 6 of these. Hello, sure. Welcome.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
How was your stream? How goes it? I'm trying to debug things now.
Oh, Lord!
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
What the dog doing?
Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Am I drawing? I'm trying to... We're talking chunky boys today. We're talking chunks. Here are my chunks. Here are my chunks. And actually, we're not flickering. We're not hitching so bad anymore. Not that I'm noticing. Fix my issues? What were your issues? That is good to hear. That's good to hear. I fixed some of my issues too. I'm glad we can spread the fixes. It actually seems like it's working, although that still should not be happening. Like, this should not be happening. I should not be subtracting. Yeah, there it is. There it is. I knew it. So yeah, I'm working on, like, for those who don't know, I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. And I want to kind of do like a full world simulation, you know, so you could think of something like Dwarf Fortress, you know, kind of like that. Although I'm not going to be able to simulate the whole world, but I will be able to simulate like the important entities, I think. And so what I'm working on is, oh, there we go. Freezing right there. That should not be happening. That should not be happening. It got turned off. But I have like the concept of entity invokers, which means like each one of these guys is actually right now an entity invoker. So I don't know why the fuck they're not. They should always be running. I think I'm aggressively subtracting from the invoke. But they should be turning on and off, or simulating and not simulating other entities. And since they're all invokers, none of them should be turned off. They should be running at all times. There's 1,000 of them right now running. So they're all like vertex animated scene proxies. Not even instant static meshes anymore. They are scene proxies, which is fun. Shout out to Dr. Elliott and CDPR for that. Reworked my equipment system and some stuff wasn't working, but now it's fixed. Hell yeah. I love your, I've loved the tail physics that you have. I don't know if physics is the right word for it, but it's very satisfying. My guys don't have tails, though. My guys don't have tails. They don't have collision either. They're, kind of bare bones. But yeah, so something I'm rewriting the chunk. The chunk processor has been working. I'm trying to rewrite it because like, because they don't have like collision or anything. Like I want them to have. There are like hostile factions and there's like combat, and so I want them to attack hostile factions when they come within their aggro rating. Right, like a simple gameplay thing, but it's actually kind of a complicated fucking problem. Because I can't just like do a little collision trace for like get, you know, all of those in a radius. Like that's why I have to do these chunks, like this grid that is being built here. Like I have to use this grid to cut down on the number that I iterate over. And then I'm storing them all by faction as well. So there's a map of like faction ID to list of entities that exist within that faction, within that chunk. And then I can use that to do a finer grained query over the nearby entities. That way I don't have to iterate over every single entity that exists in the fucking world, right? Like there's probably not going to be this many on screen in my real world. Like they're going to be much more spread out. This is just kind of like a worst case scenario test. And so the chunk grid will help a lot more in the actual case. But yeah, we need to do some more work on it because it ain't quite chunking. Look at all those peons. Yes, I do hope to have peons. I love a good peon. You know me? You know, me and the Valley of Trials go way back. You know, you know how many lazy peons I have fucking beaten? Oh man, good times. Good times. So yeah, why am I removing... Okay, so I think removing simulating tag on all the entities in here, I need to check if they're an invoker here. Yeah, that's probably the fucking issue. And then it's like the next frame they'll turn back on. Yeah, that's probably the issue. F invoker, barely know her. Looks very impressive. Thank you, John. And thank you for the raid as well. If you have anything you'd like to show off, more than happy to do so. So drop a link if you'd like. Okay, so let's go back to this. Restart. It's not getting... Oh, fuck. Oh, I thought I had it there for a second. Had me there in the first half, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Had me there in the first half. Invoked by num is -1. That doesn't make no sense. That doesn't make no sense. What chunk are we on? -300. Yeah, that is not in the new chunks. But it is in the old chunks, so that would make sense as to do that. There's no way that logic is wrong, right? Like I have two different radiusi, I think is the proper way to say it. I have two different radius. It's a coarse radius of just number of chunks. And maybe, I think maybe I need to take off that distance thing. Because it's not actually... Yeah, let's comment that out. Yeah, I think it's not always correct. Nor am I, which is why this is taking so long. Okay, whoop. Sorry, apologies. Sometimes I just gotta swing an axe, you know what I mean? The masculine urge to just swing an axe. What's the meme? It's like the masculine urge to just bleed out in the snow or something like that. There's a meme like that. I'm not just like talking out of my ass right now, I promise. Okay, we're still fucking getting here. Although maybe we're just fucked up from before, so start over. Oh, we haven't hit it. Oh. Nice. Okay, I think that was it then. We don't want to do. Although, are these guys moving and grooving? I see any slackers. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, you son of a bitch. The frick happened here, huh? What is this? Show me this chunk. What is in this chunk? We have 12 entities in here. I guess... I think what's happening is I'm not initializing all of the chunks when an invoker spawns. I think. Where is the new... Where do I handle the new... It's in create chunks, right? For entities that have just spawned. Yeah, I'm only handling that single chunk. I think that's the issue. And then when they change chunks, they didn't invoke some of the last ones. I think that's the issue. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay, so let's copy pasta this bad boy. And this is going to cause... probably some more latency up front. But that's okay. I'm just spawning 1,000 like very, very quickly. And I probably shouldn't branch. I could probably make 2 different views. One for... Yeah, let's make 2 different views here. Why not, right? Why not? So this is going to be for non-invoke. So we'll make this a bit tighter. Toy. Invoker data, which basically just maintains the radius of the invocation and inherently tells me that this thing should do invocation. New chunk. Actually, don't do that. We need to... Chunks and radius, const, Const ref that shit. Chunk. Rod. New chunks. In radius, just call it chunks. In radius. Chunk chord. And then I need to look up the chunks. Chunky boy. We increment each one. Yeah, and then this chunk needs to be turned on. Okay, I think that was the missing key. And then we can just add to everything. I'm pretty sure that's a no-op if we're just adding it to an existing one. I think that was our missing link. Let's go ahead and rebuild. I think that was our missing chunk. And this part is the same in both, so maybe I can make a little function. I need to start. Yeah, I need to split this shit out. And I think it's the same here. I think I'm copying 3 different fucking times. Okay. Tell me the goods. You son of a bitch. Can I skip through that? No, you're just gonna fucking crash. Okay, so... Oh boy, that's annoying. So this is the issue with the scene proxies that I can't figure out. Like, I can't hard restart the editor anymore. Because they don't get like cleaned up properly. I think now is it okay that I did that I crashed once? No. No, it's not. I think what I've done in the past is I only spawn one and then it's okay, which is weird. It's such a stupid flow that I have to do. And I guess it's like restarting while the game is running. Like I have to shut down gracefully. But I think it means like on crashes, then it's gonna be annoying to start back up. Just spawn one guy. See, one guy, fine. He's totally fine. Now, see, now we're okay. Oh, and I forgot to put my breakpoint back. That told me when things were incorrect. Oh, no, it's there. Okay, so we haven't hit it. We haven't hit it. That was the key. That was the key. Oh, you shit. Oh, you... Oh. Oh, I thought we had it. Yeah, so you have 11 entities that should all be invoking this chunk. Did I do the... yeah, I did. I did. Invoke that shit. Invoke that shit. Make a function for like it. Make sure that was okay. Invoke chunk is there, and then I'm going to... Good. Good. We also want to do that. In here. Up in here. up in here. Invoke the chunk coordinate. I need to handle despawning too, but that doesn't happen at runtime, right? So we're gonna ignore that. Okay, so stepping back to think about this, we spawn an entity, we spawn an invoker. If I'm not mistaken, it doesn't have I think there's a chunk changed entity data. Does it have it would never have chunk change. There's a joke there. I'm just I think the location doesn't get set until the init processor does things. The initial the initial location. Okay, and init does happen before chunk processor. Okay, so that should have it. Yeah. Honestly, I don't need this anymore because this should be being handled by the chunk processor. Okay. So we spawn a motherfucker. We get its chunks and radius if it's an invoker. Yeah, and this is for chunks that don't have chunk data yet. And we turn all those chunks on. Snap to chunk size divided by chunk size. Turn it into an int vector. Add the chunk data. Add it to the new chunk. Calculate the chunks in radius. And do what? We invoke them, and then that I feel like this is as correct as it can be. Chunk invoked by num ++ add 1. If it is equal to 1, we need to invoke everything in it. Ooh, although I think I actually do need to put that back now. Think about it, because things are going to get added after that maybe invoked yet. Yeah, so I think I do need to do that. Okay. If it's not an... Oh, I need to exclude invoker data here. Yeah. Okay, that was an issue. That was an issue for sure. Go ahead and rebuild that. Oh god, I hope I stopped. Oh, I hope I stopped play there. You being a good girl. Can you wave to chat, please? Can you wave to chat for me? Run it. Fuck, we hit this again. Oh my god, I hate my life. I hate it. I hate it. Oh, I wish I knew. I wish I knew why that happens. Then I would fix it, but I don't. I don't know why. Like, how does the engine clean up scene proxies on crashes such that that doesn't happen? You know, I get that I'm not using them through a component, and that does sound problematic. One guy, totally fine. Yeah, I just have to. I don't know. Do I need to like? This guy. Oh, it's definitely got to do with the PSOs. The pre-cache PSOs, right? It's definitely got to do it. Maybe that's it. Anyways, yeah, we're not hitting the breakpoint anymore. Good. But I did say that last time, and then it got hit right afterward. Let's make the chunks smaller, because I think that caused them to get hit as well. Oh, you son of a bitch! What? Okay, I feel like I'm ironing out all the issues here. I feel like I'm doing it, but it's still not behaving. Yeah, here's a chunk that should be invoked by 3 guys. You ever been invoked by 3 guys before? It's a thrilling experience, let me tell you. Or that's what a friend told me. Okay. What am I doing wrong here? The chunk change. So yeah, we should. I don't give a shit about entities that have just spawned, because I will be turning them on already over here, and I also don't want to remove from the previous radius because that's not valid. And new invoker entities that are just spawned, they don't adjust the chunk at all. Invoked by Numbit. Ergo, we're good. Ergo, we are good. And so it should only be the ones that have a that have been existing from the previous frame. If old chunk core is not equal to new chunk, and I am populating chunk core in both of these, do the same thing. Do the same thing. I'm copying it. Old chunk. Remove it. Oh, I wonder if I shouldn't do this part here. Because I will well, no, I don't finder add. Never mind. I was thinking I did a finder add here, which would make it go below 0, but that's not the case. And I guess if I'm doing Do I even need the chunk changed data? Do I need to trigger another view from this, or should I just do it right here, right now? And I guess the reason I'm seeing, I think by the end of the frame, this ends up being equal to 0. Because I guess what's happening is we're moving all the entities into their new chunks first. And then I'm processing the invoked by. Which we might get some subtractions before additions. So let me do this. Let's check at the end of the frame if this is still true. It does, like, when I look at it, it looks like it's correct. So maybe we're correct. I just had a lack of I didn't understand my own code. Which no one doesn't understand my own code more than me, okay? So that it wouldn't surprise me if that's the case. Oh no. Live coding crashed Spotify. Okay, and it's back. Ah, shit, we're here. Okay. I think that gets fucked up though if we don't start with that. Okay, nothing yet. Ah, shit. Oh, I thought I had it. Invoked by num negative. It should be 2. It should be 2. And I'm not like adding or yeah, I'm not adding or removing chunks. So it should literally be. It should literally be. That's where that sentence ends. And you know what? All the changed invokers. I almost need like the old frame's invocation status. Because I think what's going to happen here is we're going to turn things off and then on within the same frame, potentially. Depending on how the iteration shakes out. We don't know like the final result. But I mean, I don't think this should be happening at this point. Regardless. So I could go through all of the chunks and tabulate their invoked by, but then I don't know if they're like newly invoked or not. And also, I'd have to iterate over every chunk. and cache the... I would need like an old invoked by num. Like that. And then I would need to, we probably rate all the chunks because we don't care about ones that got removed. Where there's no invokers, right? Or there's no entities, rather. Those are just gonna get deleted, so we don't care about those. Subsystem, registry, register, these nuts, registry, review. We want to just, oh no, we're not. We're iterating over the chunks themselves. So for each chunks. Chunk entry. Of course, make it a ref. Of course, well, of course. Dot value, dot factions to map. Entities. For each, god damn, so much looping in here. Dot value. Or no, I'm a fucking idiot. I don't need to do that. I was getting lost in the sauce. I'm just doing the last frame invoked by num equals invoked by num. And then I guess I don't need to add, or I don't need to subtract actually. At that point. At that point, I don't need to subtract. Because yeah, I could just set it to 0 there. And then tabulate the new guys. I'm essentially going to have to go through and tabulate. No, I can't do that. I can't do that because I'm not iterating over every single one. Yeah. Yeah, so we have to do, yeah, we have to. Okay, so invoke chunk chord, increments, it does the thing. But yeah, I guess we still don't want to do this, right? I still don't want to do this until the very end of the frame. Where we will iterate over... Do I really have to iterate over all the chunks? I mean, depending on the scenario, that could be better, but I think in the real world scenario, it'll actually be slower, because I think there's going to be like more chunks. There's never going to be more chunks than entities. Where was I? I think we have to do this again. And then we check chunk entry dot value dot invoked by num. I mean, I guess I could just I should just maintain a list of changed chunks. Really just but I need just the invocation status of the chunk change. Which I only know that once this list is done. Or once this view is done iterating. If greater than 0 and this isn't equal to 0, yeah, it was equal. Yeah, I mean, I guess we just do that and we don't need to do it in this frame. Is that right? Okay. If it's equal to 0 and this is greater than 0. Yeah. So comment that. Invoke chunk chord. I cannot use that there. Okay, let's rebuild here. Seven actions? Have I touched 7 things? I don't think so. Why did you fail? What are you crashing? Why are you crashing? Okay, the chunks are all fucked up here. Those are not the chunk chords. They're not the chunk chords you're looking for. Something got weird there in the... Did I change I might have changed a header file, and that's why that was... Okay, BRB, I'm gonna go take my dogs out real quick and grab a drink. we're back. Your patience. Thank you. Okay, so this crashed last time, so we got to run with one guy, I think. And then we can do 1,000. Okay, I'm curious about the performance of this. Give me a couple frames here. Seems lower, I think. Oh wow, I didn't parallel process the attachments, and the chunk processor is actually kind of wild. That is going so fast. I guess there's like very few chunks, so I'm really gonna need to test this in all scenarios to figure out what it's good at and what it's bad at, you know. I do have the breakpoint on 0 here. And we're not hitting it. I'm not seeing anyone like hitching or whatever. What are their shadow, like, shadow see, they get super low quality, I see. Okay. What is my, hit me with a stat unit. Draw, let me get them all into MC. The draw is 9, 10 milliseconds. I'm curious if I do no shadows, what that's like. I would imagine it's less, but I don't know a damn thing about rendering shadows or lighting, so I try not to assume. This? No, we want the representation processor, which we should also parallel process the other one. Or no, I put it in the in proxy. False. Wow, my draw frame is 0 ms. Yeah, I'm thinking about 910. It doesn't seem any different, actually. But yeah, Elliot, I think you're right. What was the thing you told me to run? Render scene rendering. That's what it was. So I actually think whatever that. I need to play around with one proxy but multiple scene desks, because I think that number is higher than what it used to be. But I think my draw frame is higher. But if I'm going to bake everything into an individual static mesh anyway, that's going to be different then that's what we're going to have to, that's the cost we're going to have to pay. But yeah, I guess shadows don't make a huge difference, which is cool. That is cool. I'm happy to have shadows turned on. And I think the chunk processor is working, and it's running like so much fucking faster. Yeah, now I just need to turn the parallel processing back on here. I feel like this is a stable kind of thing. So let me go make the chunk processor pretty now. Did using that view handle work for you? Yeah, it seems to, although I'm just doing a view handle.size. I'm not doing the, I didn't change to do the count or anything. I haven't touched it, basically. Does reserving matter here? Okay, let's make some functions. So create chunks, yeah, that makes sense. Go void u entity chunk processor. We need calc num invokers, I will call it. Oh dear, undo. There we go. Okay. Calc num invoker. And then this is now the invoke chunks. Yeah, we can put all those right there. Perfect. Call this create chunks instead. That's the right name. That's fine. I do know that doing some duplicated things. Really, it's just that part. Or the same. Really. Maybe just like add new entity or something there. And return the new chunk. Be what we want. entity chunk. That there, and then also, although we don't need it. Okay, and then invoke chunk cord now. This is only used in like one spot now, so. Do I care about putting this in a function anymore? Where was that? Where did I put that? I'm lost. There it is. Yeah, just in line now. Okay, I think that's pretty decent. Pretty decent. What about the add new do I do? I do add chunk data. Find chunk. Can I just reuse that? Is that big of a deal to reuse that? I don't add. Do I add the chunk change tag? No. No. Okay, so we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. Okay. Hey, what are you up to? Just doing some game dev. Welcome in. Trying to clean things up before I commit. I think that's good. I think that's good. Let's rebuild. Make sure it works. Then I think I'll go through and fix all my parallel processing if everything looks good here. My favorite song on here. And then I think let's turn on the simulating tag thing. Let's see if that works well now. Okay. All right, let's rebuild that. What language you use? Bro, this is C++. Unreal Engine C++. Okay, so let's see if that all works now. Bro, are you kidding me? I didn't even crash. It didn't even crash. So do I always have to start with one fucking guy? Like I had it shut down properly. What is with this uniform buffer thing, man? Oh, I really need to look into the pre-cache PSOs. I did see like the static mesh function for that. But it kind of seemed like a pain to set that up. And I wanted to just like use the primitive interface, but I couldn't get that to get called. Wait, if I just spawn one, it's fine, right? Start with one and then spawn fucking that. So yeah, now it's fine. Okay, and we got... What? This wasn't happening! I thought we were good! I thought we were good! How are we -4? What is this?
What if
Lost Woods dubstep remix. I mean, I think the simulating entity tag is... Okay. Okay, yeah, that's just happening all the time now. Fuck. What happened, guys? I thought we had it. I thought we had it. Okay. Okay. Did I break it? Or did it just... Were we just getting lucky before? Time to play that game. So we are going to create chunks. Yeah, move all the entities to their new chunks and whatnot. This, I don't think we do right here anymore, right? Because we're just gonna do that. I don't think we do that anymore. Comment that out. I mean, I feel like that's actually going to make the problem worse. That would be adding. Well, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't fucking... I feel like everything looks like it's working, but I think I'm just doing like... Maybe my logic is wrong. Or the chunk change. And entities change their chunks. Okay, so this guy. Add or subtract for each of the old or new invoked chunk chords. So at the end of that, why would that mean that there are negative coordinates? Huh? Eh? And it's happening often. So it's like the calc no invokers isn't correct. Which, are we not processing all of the ads? Well, no, because it wouldn't matter after. I don't know, maybe it's just like on spawn that fucks them all up or something? And then we get all the chunks in the radius when we spawn an invoker and increment the invoked by num on all of those. Now, that happens before we do calc num invokers. So we iterate over all of the invokers that have changed chunks. How would there be negatives? What is happening? Because they're all invokers. So it should be the invoked by num should be equal to the number of entities in the chunk. Why is that not happening? And when I iterate through this, I see the same number of old and new invoked chunk cores, which it feels right. That does feel right. Let me put a breakpoint at the very beginning. Let's just see like what do we like initialize to? Invoked by num 0. Even though there's 246 in this chunk. That is not correct. That is what I would call not correct. When I go in here, both are 25, which makes sense. And then all chunks in radius are 125, which I think that actually sounds correct. That does sound correct. Because it's like, when he moves a chunk, get all the chunks in radius, old, new, yada yada. Old chunk core. Am I setting that right? And that's only for things that have chunk data already. So that, I think that does make sense. And then we add the new chunk data here. Is the current location, chunks, yeah. Dude, there's something like glaringly wrong here, and I'm not seeing it. And when do I remove the old chunk? Right here, on create chunks. So yeah, we move them all to their correct chunks. If they've changed, we add the chunk changed data. If during that process yeah, maybe that's the issue. Because yeah, maybe we need to not remove until the very end because we don't know if more are going to get moved in there. Maybe we just do that when we are tabulating the number of invokers. Well, when is a good time to do that? Invoke chunks. Yeah, probably just then. Well, no, that's just the faction to entities map. I'm not actually... When do I actually remove the chunk cord? Oh, if the faction to entities map is empty, then remove the... Okay, yeah. That is... Although we are iterating over it. Is it... Can you do that on a hashmap? I feel like that's fine on a... Maybe not. I don't know if that's allowed. Might be illegal. It might be illegal. Still hitting this. Still hitting this. Or there are 239 in here, and invoked by num is 0. Like none of these numbers are right. I think the only reason they're working properly is because they're invokers. I think if I put any non-invokers in there, they wouldn't be turned on. Why do I suck? Why do I suck at this? Do we ever hit this? Yeah, we do. Okay, so like that iteration, I guess, is fine. I hope we don't skip. We don't skip any. Like that. So, oh, what is the dealio? I'm still, yeah, I'm setting them to 0 if it's less than 0. So I'm like, it's a fresh slate every frame. Well, no, not exactly, I guess. Why does it feel like maybe the initialization is just... Yeah, we have like non-0-0. Yeah, I guess the chunks don't exist yet. That's the problem. Okay, so we need to add all the new entities to their chunks. And then add the chunk data. Okay, I think that's why. Okay, because they're not added yet. And I don't know if they need to be or not. And so I think we're just starting not, yeah, we're just starting not in. Okay, so we need to split this up. Well, I think that's still fine for non-invoker entities. I don't care about. Yeah, just put, actually do those first, I think. Yeah, I think just do those first. I think we should have those. Well, no, because then I won't know. There's an issue. Doing either one first, there is an issue with. If I do the non-invokers first, I don't know that they need to be turned on until the next change that happens. The next chunk change, which may not happen for a while. So yeah, I really do have to do this in 2 steps. So I think the one thing that I have to do here is registry.view, and I think for here I don't really care about whether it's an invoker or not. That. And what we're going to do here is just this part. And I don't want to add chunk data yet because I still need to take care of ones that don't have chunk data. So we're going to have to like double calculate this, which I kind of want to throw that in. Get chunk cord from location. So yeah, just do that for everything. And then We skipped that part. So now we have all of the new chunks. Evokers that have just spawned. And now we just need to re-get that. I guess we don't need the faction data because we're already, yeah, we will have already added it. And I guess at the very end we can just do... Yeah, we need like a bunch of fucking views here. Okay. Then we can add the chunk data at the very end. Invokers that have just spawned. Add say increment invoked by num now that we have all the new chunks. And so this part, don't do that yet. And then we need to do subsystem registry f location entity data. Then we do that. Why is that doing such a weird one now? What is the indentation happening? What is the indentation? Why does it not do that on the other ones? Oh, is it because I didn't put each on that line? Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. And then finally, any entities that are invoke if needed. And then this, we don't even do that. Or no, I guess we need to do this first. Although... I think we do need to do that. If not, I just need to use the location data, right? Yeah, I just need to do the location data to look up the chunk. Although, does it hurt to just do it here? I don't think it hurts to just do it here. I have already added it. Yeah, I've already added it. So chunks, auto, chunk, that, which that should always be the case. A little scared about that though. And then we just add all into. Do I need to invoke them here? Yeah, because they're like their chunks may not change in the next upcoming one. Okay, I think this feels like what I was missing. Add new entity now. You're not used at all, right? Because it's all, yeah, it's all different. Okay. Delete that. Okay. Let's rebuild. Is that Kotlin? No, no, this is C++. You'll notice because of the lack of fun. That's because Kotlin functions are denoted with the word fun. A lot of fun, Kotlin. This feels right, though. Let's see. Oh my god. Okay, so every time this just happens every time if I don't spawn with just one. Doesn't matter if it shuts down properly or not, I don't think. Unless I'm fucking something up, which I probably am. That's probably the case. Oh, I did it again. Oh, I did it again. I wasn't even thinking. Oh, this is just the insurer, though. Can I skip that? No, we're just gonna... No, okay. Run it again. Run it again. Okay, we only can spawn one at the beginning for some reason. Just spawn one. Okay. Now we can spawn our 1,000. Yes, there we go. There we go. Do I have that breakpoint still that told me when things were fucking up? I hope so, which means... No, I don't. Okay. Fuck! I don't want you. Go away. Go away. Yucky. Boo boo. Yeah, the invoked by num is just always fucking 0. So am I still not finding the correct chunks on spawn? Anything with location and faction that doesn't have chunk entity data, we're going to go through and add it to all of the, you know, add to all the chunks. Anything that's new, basically. And then anything that's new that is an invoker. Invoke the chunks. I mean, that should invoke all of the necessary chunks. Wait, do I need to process the move? Is that the issue? 'Cause at this point, I will not have moved everything to the new chunk. Or no, this is moving it to the new chunk. I won't have calculated the new invokers, which maybe needs to go in here, I think. I think calc num invokers needs to fit in between. Needs to go like right here. I think. There's a very delicate order that all of this has to happen in. And then we'll go through and we'll do any increments that we need. This calc num invokers should only be based on the chunk change entity data, which we just added right there. So anything with that. I mean, honestly, that could be done. That could be done up here as well. Let's calc num invokers and then invoke chunks at the very end. That is always the last thing that needs. Which is really also maybe just do that as well. Although we would be checking the diff, so never mind. We also don't need faction data. Does that fix it? Does moving that function call fix our issue? I really think we get all fucked up on spawn. Wait, did I take off the breakpoint? I did. Fuck my ass, dude. What is wrong here? I have tried so many different things. And I keep thinking every time I make a change, I'm like, oh yeah, that's it. Oh yeah, that's it. No, it's not. And it still has not been it. Yeah, invoked by num is always 0 here. So it's like, I think we have equilibrium. But, well, that one's -2. God, there's got to be some, like, newly created chunks that we're not adding it to or something, right? I did not think that this is something that would be this fucky. So this basically is doing nothing because we don't have any non-invokers. Add chunk data to all that are missing it. Okay, let's maybe do a finder add always on the chunk and see if that fixes it. So I guess it's either this logic, which seemed correct, or I guess it's in the change logic. I mean, or it's anywhere. It's fucking anywhere. Or it's in the invoker's logic. Yeah, throw a breakpoint. Oh, forgot. We're still running it. Are we running in editor? What? Where are you getting called from? How are you ticking in editor? That's not supposed to happen. Right? Why are you ticking in editor? That's weird. That, is it because I have that open? I am so confused. I'm gonna shut down. I'm gonna shut that down. Untethered by components. What do you have against component systems? Specifically, Unreal Engine components is what I mean. And welcome in, by the way. So I mean that because I'm using scene proxies rather than an instanced static mesh component. Okay, so why is this ticking in editor? Is that a normal thing? Did I just never know that? Yeah, and the reason it being Unreal Engine components require you to do a lot of things on the game thread. And so like when you're moving instant static meshes around, you have to, you can only update their transform on the game thread. And so that you can't parallel process it. But now I can. I just have some side effects. So it's all 0. It's all, that makes me feel like it's my spawning that sucks. That is not working correctly. And the init processor runs first, which sets the location to the initial spawn location. That should happen first, at least. Maybe I should verify that, because if that doesn't happen first, then that would make sense as to why we're like starting at 0. Yeah, let me check that with just like one guy. Oh my god, and this happens regardless of how I shut down. That's so annoying, man. And that's one of the side effects of using scene proxies, that I don't know what I'm doing really. So there's some shader uniform buffer crashes happening. For some reason, if I start with one guy, it's fine. And it has to do with like shutdown and startup. On one, it's probably pre-cache PSOs or something. I don't know why I clicked start. Oh yeah, he's fine. And actually, I want to stick with one, and that'll help me test which one of these is happening first. So yeah, I want to get here second. Aha! Aha! Even though my aha! Oh, wait a second. This might be for my character, which I don't care about. Oh no, this is for Colonist Warrior. Okay, let me run that back again. Let me run that back. Because my character, I forget my character is a thingy as well. And he doesn't have init. How do I fucking tell if it's a character? I haven't messed with modern engines much, gave up on them before they started implementing all these new ideas. I go raw now. Good luck. A lot of work to raw dog game dev. I guess I need to check the entity. Let me go to my player character. That way I can just know which one. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna get here. Entity ID 0. Perfect. So we get here, entity 0. I am an invoker. What do my chunks look like right now? Okay, so there being no chunks here is concerning. Oh, my character doesn't have faction bitmask entity data. So we never added his chunks there. Okay. Okay. That does make sense. I think I should just init that to 0 because that's just required in a lot of them. I think I should init that to 0. In my character. Is my player character the one fucking everything up? Does UE come with dynamic chunking logic by bitmask? No, it does not. It is my own thing that I have built and am working on. For like 4 years now, arguably 6. So it's not that bad. I just have to work with something with proper scope. I like to experiment, so it's just easier to just raw die. Right, Force. Yeah. I mean, I have rewritten a lot of the Unreal Engine systems to kind of detach from it and do what I want. But, I mean, yeah, I guess that's, you know, that's why I've been working on this for 3 years, and you've been working for 4 to 6. It's because we're not sticking within the conventions of the engine, of an existing engine. Gotta undo all this. I think my character should always be. I would hope it. Entity 0? Yes, entity 0. So yeah, we are at entity 0. I do have a chunk now. I do have the chunk that I exist within. I think maybe we were just missing the player. And then we get here. This is entity 104. And then we get here into, okay, so init processor does happen before. Chunks, 2. And then let me look at the chunks here. Do we have invoked by num is fucking 0? Why is it 0? I have 2 invokers right now. Okay, let me just try with the player before I like rage quit. Okay, we're just gonna do the player. We're not gonna spawn anything else. The player does get its initial location set. Good. I'm gonna put the breakpoint in the like initialize. So we should be getting there for the player. Oh, I spawned 2. We didn't get there. We did not get there. Do I not return the middle chunk from that function? Is that the reason I have so many issues? I rage deleted my repo the other day. That doesn't sound good. Okay, so we never got here, which is a problem. Okay, well, we're narrowing it down. Hello, please? Yeah, go here. Spawn. Chunks. There's a fucking chunk there, my dude. There is a fucking chunk there. There's a fucking chunk there. Oh my god, there's 1,300 fucking chunks. That's a lot of chunks. Uh-oh. Those are not the proper coordinates. Also, why didn't I iterate over every single one of those? What the heck? Oh, because I did a fucking return here. Oh, yeah, no fucking wonder. God, that has bitten my ass so many fucking times. I did a fucking return instead of a continue. Good God. I did all of... Oh my God, this has been hours because that is 100% the fucking issue. That's a huge issue. Yeah, we're literally not fucking adding all of our chunks. All of our invoker numbers. Am I doing that anywhere else? No, we're doing a continue. Yeah, that was the fucking issue. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that'll fucking do it, won't it? Live coding, hello, thank you, okay. Wait, did I remove all my breakpoints? Okay, well let me. Also, that chunk coordinate looked us, but no, okay, we're there. Okay, yeah. Okay, comma, yeah. $1,000 schmeckles, please. Ah! Oh, why? Why? Invoked by num is a lot here. It's actually a lot. Okay, so we have the fucking numbers. It should basically be equal to... Well, no, it should be equal to a lot, actually. Not necessarily the num that's in here, which is 1. That might be me. That might be my chunk right there. Yeah, 0, 0, 0. Yeah, that is the chunk the player is in. Yeah. But I am being invoked by 429 other guys. That's a lot of fucking guys to get invoked by. Okay, yeah, invoked by num 1,000. That I feel like it should be 1,001 actually. Are they not within my distance? Yeah, but there's still some chunks that are not getting invoked. There are still some chunks here at the end. Okay, so this is more writer. This is more right, more gooder, more good, more chunk, more good, more invoke, more good. Although, yeah, there's like 16 fucking guys in here. That's annoying that wasn't the only issue. Okay, nothing immediately stood out. I need my chunks to be invoked. I need to invoke my chunks. I guess if I do this... Yeah, okay, so this is only for the change ones. And then we do the new ones. Okay. Yeah, dude, nothing else is standing out. Okay, let's continue. I guess that was only one. Did I remove the breakpoint? There was only one? Yeah, I did remove it. This happens all the time, right? Yeah, that's just, it's just all the time. Okay. Back down to one. Me and one other guy. Just me and my buddy. See, we're good. We're fine. Let's like change chunks a bunch here, see if we can get it to happen. No, you know, everything's good. Everything's good. What are all these chunks? I don't think it's resetting. I think this is persisting past play sessions. Unreal Engine world subsystem ticking in editor. Is that supposed to be the case? Other people are having issues getting it to tick. Mine's ticking too much. I don't want it to tick or anything. I want it to reset. I guess I need explicit initialize and uninitial and deinitialize. Yeah, initialize and then deinitialize. What is the other one? There's another one. Another one. Chunks. Reset. There's another one though. What is the other one called? It is literally fucking deinitialized. Why did you not show up? Oh, because it's a we're a processor. Okay, hang on. Yeah, this is a processor. Yeah, this is a processor. Hang on. Hang the fuck on. So it's really the issue is my entity subsystem. Where's my fucking entity subsystem? Your ass. See me after class, entity subsystem. Do you not... You empty the instantiated processors. So, why is my processor sticking around? Like this, I spawn here. When does this happen? Does that happen up front too? It does. It does. Look at my instantiated processors. I have 33. That sounds about right. Yeah, that looks correct. 33 processors. That's a lot. And let me see deinitialize. Okay, yeah, that does get hit. And that gets emptied. But I'm still going to be ticking over instantiated... Wait. Am I fucking crazy right now? What is happening? Initialize. Instantiated processors is empty here. I think there's like, is there 2 versions of this running? I thought I had a should create, I thought this prevented that. I feel like there are 2 different versions of this running. Hang on, let me look at the debug name. BP my entity subsystem C0. I'm only seeing C0. It is C0 again, and we emptied the fucking list. So why can I put a breakpoint here and it's fucking ticking? And it has instantiated process. Where are those coming from? Where are those fucking coming from? I emptied it. Did you stop the world from ticking in editor? How do you stop the world from ticking in editor? And also, even if this is ticking, why are my instantiated processors there? I fucking empty them. Do I need to super deinitialize first? I didn't. Initialized equals false. Set tickable never. Old substance will get created in editor. Yeah, I am finding that out. But why is it A, ticking? B, like initialize doesn't get hit. Let me put deinitialize first, I guess? I don't know. And then also, why is it maintaining my list of instantiated processors? Even though I literally see that they get emptied. I don't know where the hell that's coming from. When I have breakpoints, wherever I add them. The only 3 fucking places that it's used at. Make sure it's not. That's just reading. Okay, yeah, we've initialized. And it's empty here on initialize. And then we're going to be ticking. And we have, yeah, okay. And then I press stop. We get to deinitialize. I have emptied the processors. They are empty. I go to tick. We have instantiated processors. Where is that coming from? The name is the same. So if there are 2 of these running, they are named the exact same. Initialized is true. I mean, the default return values of these seem reasonable. How am I getting a subsystem that's initialized in editor after I see it get deinitialized? I spell it wrong. Deinitialize. Is it because it's a blueprint takeable world subsystem? Okay, blueprint taking. Everyone, tick not ticking. Mine is ticking too much. This is just some like, this isn't it's a piece of bullshit documentation. Subsystems. What am I missing? The word tick is not on here. So what is a world subsystem? Is it an editor? No, it's a world subsystem, which conveniently this documentation didn't fucking mention. Of course. Of course. Never change, Unreal Engine. Never change. I don't know, maybe I'll find some now. Yeah, I have the initialize thing. What is collection return? What is this? It's just every subsystem that exists. Okay, well, I think a band-aid for this. I mean, that I feel like that should not be happening, but a band-aid for this. I mean, is it? Hang on. What is happening right here? Because allegedly this is ticking right now over processors. Yeah, so things are happening in editor right now and they don't fucking need. So if I just do a quick trace, like there are going to be processors that are doing. Somewhere. I didn't realize that was fucking happening. Yeah, it's like adding entities and shit. What was that all about? I mean, these don't seem like they're doing anything, but it is calling all of them. Some of these are doing things though, like with the entities. Something's fucky. Okay, so I'm gonna make sure. I think the band-aid for now is to do the initialize function. Again, this is a band-aid, but we should chunks dot reset. I will need to dig into that because that is like really fucking weird. I am wondering if it has to do with the fact that it is a blueprint subsystem, which is not something that's normal. And maybe I'll just use an actor for it, honestly. Although it's nice to have the subsystem so I don't have to worry about like putting it in every level, you know? It's just kind of there if I need it. And then like getting the subsystem is just a lot nicer, but it's nice and decoupled. I mean, I can always put the processor settings because that's really all I wanted it for. So here's the blueprint version of it. Like all it is for me to define my processor order. So maybe I'll just put that on game mode or something, just to make sure. Okay, and then let's look at chunk processor now. Where are you? Oh, I'm in you. Oh fuck. Okay, what do my chunks look like now? There are 2 chunks. Okay, so that's like correct. Son of a fucking bitch, man. Now I can't even see chunks. I can't even look at them? It's invalid. Maybe the writer debugger is fucking bad right now. I don't know, something fucking weird is happening. Okay, so that's gonna happen. I'm gonna shut down, go back to spawning 1. And then if I go here, okay, we only have 2 chunks. So that did like clear them or whatever, I hope. Still the hash table's not showing up in this view, which is annoying. I guess when does this start happening? How many do I need for that to start happening at? 2. Okay, I am changing chunks. I am changing chunks. One of you change chunks. Please. Try 3. I just saw one of them change. Make sure our chunks look correct. We should have 4 chunks in there. Yeah. I wonder if, because I spawn, let's only spawn 1 per frame. Okay, still fine. 50. It happens at 50. Go down to 20. Does it happen when like more than one changes? Nope. I was gonna say when more than one changes chunks per frame. I guess I could see that on the... Pause for a second. Look at that. Why is the water system getting hit? From within the chunk processor. What the hell? Num changed chunks is 1. There was one thing that changed chunks. On that frame. There's one thing in that frame. I guess they didn't change in this frame. Yeah, 0 there. And 0 there. Okay, so it does have something to do with entities changing chunks. Is it because they don't have I think I don't use the new location. Because it hasn't been populated yet. That has the new location, the new chunk data location hasn't been populated. Right? For the newly spawned ones. I guess for the changed ones it has. Okay, and so if I'm understanding how I wrote this correctly, by the point we get here, we're not editing chunks anymore. Like everything has been moved to the chunk grid that it belongs to. Yeah, everything without chunk entity, everything with chunk entity data, add the chunk changed and whatever. And I'm purposefully not iterating over, because like anything newly spawned would not have the chunk changed in on purpose, because we are handling those differently. And that's basically just because I don't want the invokers, because like their old chunk coordinate would be like 0, 0, 0, which what the chunk change logic would do would say, or not, you know, subtract from the chunks in your invoker radius at 0, 0, 0, which it shouldn't, because it wasn't there, didn't exist before this. So that's why I'm purposefully not doing it, and I believe that to be correct. And then we do invoked by num. Say, by this point, all chunks, theoretically, all chunks have their entities for the frame. We can calculate invoked by num. This is basically to just make sure that the chunks, that any new chunks have been added to the I'll say otherwise is invoked by num plus plus calls ending on error. What is that? What is this fucking lent? Are you serious? Long sentences, 43 words here, are harder to read. Okay, I won't put a period on it at that point, okay? Calc num invokers, which maybe I should just put in line now because everything else is. And increment, decrement, iterate over invokers that have changed chunks, increment, invoked by num. Yes. Yes. Okay. I feel like this logic is solid, but everything is telling me that it's not. New chunks and radius. And this should return everything. Coordinate. What's the radius? In any case, they're the same, so that should be consistent even if it's wrong, which I don't think it is. I mean, am I just wrong? Like when an invoker changes chunks, I need to subtract the invoked by num. Okay, let me see this. So the invoked by num, when we only have invokers, should always be at least equal to the number of entities that are in the chunk. Always. Let's go 10. On them all at once. I want to see how long it takes for that number. Of course I can't fucking do. There, that'll be our first check. Boom. Okay, here's our first check. Another breakpoint just there. And I don't edit or anything. Maybe I shouldn't be doing it. We'll check that out in a second here. Of course I can't see chunks. I have one chunk. That's me, I believe. That is the player. Okay. That is correct. Okay. Chunks now. It's empty now. Why? Why are you empty now? Hello? Okay. Well, okay, there are fucking two of these. There are fucking two of these. I mean, what? I mean, actually, what is happening here? Dude, this is all these processors are all sorts of fucked up. Why are they? This don't make no sense. Empty. 4. Invoked by num is 10. Invoked by num is 10. 10. Invoked by num is 4. Now, is that equal to, there is 1. That's probably me, right? Yeah, that's 0, 0, 0. So I think that makes sort of sense. Next frame. It's empty. Empty. Where am I resetting chunks at? Just to make sure, is it on initial? Am I doing this all the time? I am not resetting it anywhere else. Perhaps I'm removing every chunk on accident, though. We have 4. Yeah, something weird is happening with these subsystems. It's not correct. Let's not bother with removing from that. Let's see what happens. Reset on initialize. Yeah, it shouldn't happen ever again. Everything's working swimmingly. So the red is when they change chunks. And yeah, I feel like I just need to, like, I got up to like 20 or something when it started changing. So 15. Yes, reset. It happened more the smaller the chunk size, because it is dependent on when they change chunk. Well, we're waiting. Wait, did I? Oh, I took out. Oh, I took out. I took out the breakpoint that told me when it was happening. So hang on, hold the. I think I was at like 20 when I saw it happening. Okay, no, it's happening here. What are my chunks looking like? Always these ones at the end. That one's empty and is invoked by -1. I mean, I think that's like almost okay. Thank you for the follow. Mert Sousa. Welcome in. Welcome into Struggle City. I hope you enjoy your stay. I'll be your guide this evening. Huh. And on spawn, it does seem to have all the correct numbers. It's when they start changing and shit. I wonder, like, let me look at this. I mean, yeah, that's about as straightforward as you can fucking get. Oh, there's a type name on it. There's an N32. Yeah, that should be fine. Let me look here. Could I offer helping you in your game as a 3D modeler, and in return all I want is experience? You can get experience without that, my dude. Just go make some models. Put them out there for free. You don't need someone to make a game. In order to do that, in order to get experience. You're more than welcome to make some models. Do whatever is motivating to you. Yeah, maybe I'll use them if you put them out there for free. Put them on Fab. Near 2-0. I wonder if that's the issue. Somewhere I haven't looked. Let's try that. What language or engine? This is Unreal Engine C++. Reset, yes. Java, I know Java, this is Java. Thank you, Elliot. No, it's Kotlin. Today it's Kotlin, actually. Thank you for asking which language this is and not saying, is this X language? That if you knew anything about a language that you're asking about, you would immediately know that it's not that. Thank you. You did the right thing. Okay, so yeah, I straight up cannot spawn more than one after a restart. The scene proxies. So I need to probably try to re-implement the pre-cache PSOs. I don't know like when to do that though. Like I could, I guess, call that myself. Maybe I just call that when I create the fucking proxy. I don't know. But if I only spawn one, it's fine, which is really weird. Maybe if I switch to only doing one proxy and one proxy multi-scene disks, it'll be better. I thought if I spawned them once per frame, but no. Do we have that breakpoint still? Still fucking there. Still fucking there. Which is weird because, like, sometimes it's empty. I feel like there are multiple of these. I think I see at least 4 of these. Why are they not getting garbage collected? I think it's because I have view properties hanging onto them in other subsystems. At least for the chunk processor is referenced in other subsystems. I think I have a T-object pointer somewhere. Yeah, like here. These need to be like T-weak pointers. Or, better yet, let's just not hang on to it if it's going to be that much of it. That's fine. Okay, let me try that. Which maybe is why that was fucking ticking all the time too. Although so it is like ticking. Spawned them all. Spawned them all at once there. Bro, I wonder if that fucking processor was like fucking that up. Because I feel like that should have crashed, actually. We're still here, so it didn't fix that issue. God damn, bro. God damn. What do my chunkies look like here, huh? Show me the chunkies. So yeah, I can actually see the chunks here now. Yeah, Ryder was definitely getting confused. And I don't blame it, because I guess I was just maintaining those in memory without realizing it. Yeah. 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 Ownership of pointers. Yeah, definitely something you need to not be a big fat dummy about. That's me. Hi, I'm the big fat dummy. Okay. 19. Yeah, these are so wrong. Okay, so let me see. First of all, I want to make sure, yeah, we don't have, wait, what? We don't have chunks. I restarted the engine now. It says it's empty, but it's not. I think I need to restart Ryder. I'm gonna restart Ryder. And grab a drinky poo once that starts. Ryder is back. Hopefully, stable? Correct? I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, run it back. Okay, so now my entities are not crashing every time I play, which is what I would call a positive change. We haven't hit the breakpoint yet either. Was Ryder maintaining things in memory? It's okay. Oh, okay. I was about to say it's fucking working now. It's not. It just took a lot longer this time. I'm still seeing empty chunk processors, and then this like memory address is changing. I don't know if the memory address changing is normal, but dude, this is all so weird. I have no idea what's happening. Do I need to call begin destroy on these? No way. Well, we'll fucking make sure if that's the case. Rebuild, I guess. I couldn't even start. Okay, weird, right? How did I get here? There are some in here. It's like serialized it. How is it serialized this? How are these here? I just rebuilt the... How does a fucking subsystem work? Why are there fucking processors in here? It's like it has serialized them. But like they're null or something? Like, but they're not? Oh, it's just mad at me calling begin destroy. Trying to call begin destroy from outside of U object, conditional begin destroy. There should not be fucking processors here. Add transient to the U property. Good call. I feel like I shouldn't need to do that though. I have to rebuild 128 things now. Let's see the include hierarchy there. Or what is it called? Yeah, there we go. Include hierarchy. Yeah, it's basically all through the subsystem. I need to, yeah, including it in that header is not a good idea. I need to not include this in header files. Oh yeah. That's a baddie. Entity utils header. Yeah, that should not be in the header. I need to basically, this subsystem should be forward declared everywhere. I thought I went through and fixed a bunch of those, but I guess it was a few of them snuck back in. A few of them snuck back in, eh? Ellie, do you have any fucking idea what's going on here? Have you been paying attention? Like, the subsystem is acting so weird. I didn't think they should tick in editor, and based on the underlying code that I saw, like every time they deinitialize, they set B is initialized to false, and it shouldn't be ticking if that's false, but it does. Half paying attention. That's okay. I kind of want to fucking ditch some things. This is why I like writing my own shit, because at least it's my own rope I'm hanging myself with, right? And I have no one to blame but myself. That makes me happy. Okay. Just play, I guess. It's weird that the proxies are working so well now. I will say that. It is weird. Because they were very consistently failing every time I restarted before. But now that ever since I changed the chunk processor from being held on to by the aggro radius processor, now it fucking is working flawlessly. Even when I if I rebuild here, I bet it still works too. But yeah, this is still happening. Should this memory address be changing? Let me look at like a different process. Yeah, that does have a different like memory address. Okay, maybe that's not a big, but what is a big deal is these chunks are sometimes empty. But they're not, but they are. And it straight up doesn't, it won't go in there. But also, I'm not removing from there anymore. Hold invoked chunk, that's like the find or add, find. I only reset on initialize. So how are they empty? How are they empty? I mean, maybe on... let's clear here. Also, let me look up where I'm doing git processor by class. That should be used basically only for... Yeah. And I'm going to comment that one out. Okay, yeah. Only for the chunk process. Okay, so let's also... I just call deinitialize first. Reset everything. What could go wrong there? Let's... I'm gonna fucking do it. I'm gonna fucking do it. What could go wrong? That isn't already. Okay, so it doesn't like that I did that. Well, get used to it, bucko. Why is it? It's trying to. It's already tried to initialize it twice. I guess one was for the bait, or 3 times now. 4 times. 5, 6, 7, 8. What? How? Why is it trying to do this so many times? It just tried to initialize that like 10 fucking times. Okay, still fucking got there. Chunks are still sometimes empty, even though... Dude, I really feel like there's like fucking 10 of these spawned. Is there a way to make my own subsystems? Like it's trying to initialize so much. So it's like, yeah, there's a fucking ton of them that have been initialized at this point. And I don't think any of them have gotten deinitialized. Yeah, like how the fuck do these subsystems work, bro? One for editor and one for game. Okay, I mean that, sure, I can accept that. But why did it initialize 10 fucking times? I mean, I guess one for editor, one for game, and then I have the blueprint subclass of it, which now I just kind of want to fucking get rid of. Maybe I'll do that. Let's just get rid of the fucking blueprint subclass. I'll put that in game mode. Just to fucking cleanse my hands of it at this point. You properly overridden the virtual function does support world type. Interesting. Okay, I did not know that that existed. I would love to do that. What is it normally? Game or editor or pie. So game is like standalone. So not editor. Where does this get called? Should create subsystem. I was hoping that that would get called. Okay, so it creates a CDO. Calls that, and then calls initialize. Okay, maybe this will help. Firing it for both the client and the server. Oh, do I have a fucking server started? Maybe that's it. I didn't fucking realize. We have to build the entire world now. Dude, I'm gonna be so mad if like my logic has been right this whole time and it's just like some fuckiness happening. But yeah, after this, if it's still acting weird, I'm gonna move all of the processors into game mode. And then honestly, I can detach the processor notion from whatever subsystem I end up using for the store. The store, I say, the registry, the entity registry. And they can be connected via the game or something. Deinitialize is getting called. I don't think that was happening before. But at least one of them is not getting created. At least one of them is not. Scene proxies are working great though. I'm really happy about that part. I don't know what the fucking chunk processor had to do with that. Maybe it was just maintaining entities that didn't exist. Okay, we're still getting here. Yeah, we have empty chunks basically happening. Now it's every other one, though. But I do think maybe it's the blueprint and non-blueprint one now that's doing things. A blueprint subsystem and non-blueprint subsystem. Okay, yeah. So let's just we're gonna take a hacksaw to it, hack it apart. So this needs to go in, I think game mode is the best place. Any objections? Okay. Sounds good. I have a fucking ton in here. Forward declare. Okay. Now, I guess for now, I wonder if initialize, does this get called before game mode is available? Although maybe this should just, no, we shouldn't, we shouldn't even do this in here. We should only do that in, wait, can game mode tick? Can game mode tick? Here's a question. I want to guess no. It's an actor. Okay, we're gonna do it in here. We're gonna do it in here. Just rid ourselves of that. Okay, give me begin play. Did I? Wait, does this not have a begin play? Wait, why? What? It's an actor, no? Why can't I begin play? Oh, I already have one. That's fucking why. That's fucking why. That makes sense. So, Tick, I actually want to move you down. That's the kid. Move you down to begin. Begin play is. Entity processor, we can include you on this end. Subsystem. I can just get subsystem. I have to get subsystem u entity subsystem. Okay, and then in tech, we will and make sure we just reset the instantiated processor. Had to install an app for a water purifier. Dystopian future things, of course. Okay, so we want now this to be And I actually don't care about B as running processors. Okay, so actually before I do that, I'm gonna put those back here because I still want to reference those. Thank you for the sub. Welcome. Okay. Oh yeah, get processor by class, because now that just needs to live on the... Oh shit, but then that means I have to import it here. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. And then I need to use elsewhere. Yeah, maybe I should actually use is combat. Get processor by class, which is protected. We'll move that to Das ist besser. Ja. Why are you angry? There we go. Okay. Okay. I think that should compile now. Doggies are getting ravenous. Trying to eat each other right now. Okay, what are we mad at? Use of undefined type. Entity subsystem base. Really? I really have to import that here because of that? I don't want to have to do that. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought would happen. Why is it saying undefined type then? Game mode has it imported, right? Yeah. Oh, get game instance. That is not what I meant to do. Maybe that's why. Okay. I really hope this makes things a little easier. I really fucking hope so. And then I did leave the, make sure I left, I need to leave that old member on here. I did, okay. Processor class. I'll want to copy that order into the game mode. And this way it's not ticking an editor anymore. I fucking hope game mode is not ticking an editor. Is it? I mean, we'll find out, I suppose. Yes, we will. Yes, we will. Okay, it still doesn't like that. How is that an undefined type? Because it's forward declared there. What if I just didn't forward declare it? What if I didn't? Let's not import it there. Okay, we're not going to do that. Forward declare entity subsystem base. Oh my god, that has to rebuild so many. Oh, because god damn, this build process is it's gonna be a fucking minute. I think I need that for it. Well, okay, maybe not. I think we're good. Can U properties be forward declared? Okay. Yes. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think so. I just wanted to confirm. Well, it's a T subclass of at that, so it's like double templated. Please build. Please, sir. Oh no, I think we're getting to the part where it's not going to build. Oh no. Oh no. No, we're getting pretty far. Okay. Game state. Okay. Fuck. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it was too good to be true. Like it's literally just because we're forward declaring here the entity subsystem. But like the entity subsystem, I am literally I am directly important. No, I am not. Okay, I take that back. That's the problem. Okay. I fucking thought I was. Okay, that is the problem. It's just not telling me. Yeah, we need to do that. There we go. There it is. We got there. Thanks for hanging out with me today, guys. Been a bit of a struggle. I didn't think I was going to be working on the chunk processor all fucking day. I wanted to get around to parallelogramming some more things. Copy. Paste. Hey. Hey. Oh no. It's not working. I guess I need to like, I probably didn't enable its tick or whatever, right? B, what is it, like actor tick or whatever? What is it? Actor tick something? Primary actor tick, B, or tick, B can't ever, what is it? B can't ever tick, yeah, that, give me that, okay. Okay, we are taking, we have instantiated processors. That we do. And we only have one chunk processor now. We fixed it. However, we got here immediately. Well, at least it's gonna make it easier to debug, if nothing else. Oh, and of course we immediately, the second I switched over, we got here. Okay, let's make sure you know what? Let's make sure there's no duplicate entities here. So far, so good. What a pain to dig through this map here. Okay. 34. Did I see 34 already? 33. 30. Okay. $32, $23. 29, 91. Man, I'm kind of upset that ENTT, I mean, it's not a huge deal, but like, it would be nice if all the IDs were nice and incremental, you know? It was nice and incremental, and there wasn't just random huge ones. Don't get me wrong, I love a huge one as much as the next girl, but it does make it difficult reading it when debugging. Yeah, I think we do have all unique entity IDs in there, from what I can see. $20, $23, was that in there? No, okay, yeah, so I think they're all unique, so that's good. That is good. Wait, what's in here? Entity 0, that's me. Okay, yeah, we're good. So it's all unique, that is good. But now I'm just kind of back where I started, where this shit's happening, and I don't know why. And I have a feeling this just gets worse and worse. No? I guess I do set it to 0, but no. Although after a certain amount of time, are they all 0? If that's the case, then I'm just subtracting too many. Invoked by num is 20. Am I spawning 20? I forget how many I was spawning. Yeah, that looks like 20. Which is really what the number should be on most of those. Okay, so entities. The entity ID should be stable. So I can store those. Invoked by num. I mean, what could I possibly be fucking doing? I like literally walked through these and it looked correct. And this calc entity chunk cores and rate. It's not always consistent. No, that fucking 100% should be consistent every time. Is the grid snap not consistent? I mean, I'm literally drawing the chunks on the screen based on the chunk location. Where's that? Yeah, the key times chunk size. And even if it wasn't, if I wasn't drawing those in the right location, which I know that I am because I'm literally logging when they change location as well. So I know that that's correct. But even if it wasn't, I'm still using the same method for the old and new chunks. So it should still work. The logic should still, maybe I should just write a fucking unit test for this. Make sure that it's working correctly. Excluding dead? That shouldn't fucking matter. It shouldn't matter. Discord. Why? What have you said? Is this relevant to what I'm doing right now? Because I have a feeling it's not. It's not. Your cubes look very cool. It's a nice set of cubes you have. Fun. Physics. Yeah, I think I might call it here. My dogs are getting hungry, so I do need to go feed them. And I'll probably just deal with this offline. Probably just deal with this offline. Exclude chunk entity. Not adding that in. New chunk, get chunk card from location. Get entity, add the location. Oh, you know what? The faction bitmap. Well, no, that should all be. Yeah, that should. Yeah, never mind. That should all be populated. Never mind. Yeah, I'm gonna take care of this offline. So let's find someone to send you guys. Oh, who's streaming today? Who else is streaming? We can do Mort again. Mort is a cool guy, and he makes cool games. I love his movement systems. I wish I had the modeling skills to be able to do stuff like that. I love his little. He's got such cute little models. I don't know if he makes them or not. But yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out with me today. Spending your weekend with me. I hope you all have a great rest of your weekend. And I will see you all when I see you all again.